Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey. Oh, there I am. Let's put on our little... Oh, that's the apple. There we go, the bow tie. How's everyone doing? It's been a hot minute. Go7 content. I know. I know. It's been a while. I'm doing okay. Doing well. I'm glad you're doing well, brasmak. I should be more consistent now. Yeah. Grandfather was going, well, grandfather passed away, but I used to work as a caretaker, so I was taking care of him. I was a caretaker for the Department of Human Services. That came in handy. Get some more replay action tonight, yeah. Oh, I need to flip this over. There we go. Scorpion operation. Such a wide map. Oh, but I recently saw on the Discord. They go by Nell now, but they used to be Strawberries, and she plays on this map a ton. She's like an expert on it. The wide map with the funny chokes, yeah. This one is recent, yeah. NewbieAus submitted this. It's not submitted by brasmak. A new submitter. brasmak very conveniently is already yellow comment. Knows what's up. Strawberry Soda's back, yeah. Which I believe that is the game you sent there. Yeah. If you're Habits is on my little Discord channel, and there's a replay submission, or yeah, there's a channel on my Discord for replay submissions, and I put a little thumbs up when I've added them to the list. And that one now has a thumbs up by it. Strawberry Soda sounds awesome. Strawberry Soda is awesome, although she did say that she was going to get to, I think, 1,000 in rating. And, you know, it's taken her a little while. She also needs to beat someone that I think has left the community. So that's going to be a tough one. Wikido. I think that was the person. Maybe it was Compi. Anyway. Here we have Grimm versus Adder. Now, classically, Adder is usually really... It was Wikido, okay. Adder's usually really good against Grimm. But there's some special tactics that Grimm can use to try and help the fight. It's kind of called like... I don't know, it's called like spaced walling or distance walling or something like that. It's where you have the infantry that you're using as a wall not right up next to your vehicles, but spaced back from them. And then you try and just kind of pressure with your superior stats without letting your without giving Adder the advantage of being able to break through your wall and then hit your vehicles. It's... Well, we'll see if it comes into play. But the idea is that you can, like, threaten anything that would attack your infantry. You can wipe them out with your better attack stats. And Adder doesn't get to use his power and blow you out with a wall break and take out your vehicles. But it takes a lot of space. We'll see how this goes. Okay, it looks like we're going to have different paths to get to this base, but they all take the same amount of time. Unless brasmak completes this capture on this city. Oh, okay, so brasmak is going to delay the base capture by going for this city capture right away. It will give you a tiny bit more money right now, and it won't cost too much because this base is only really responsible for like these two captures, and this maybe this one is can be kind of contested. So it's not the end of the world. As far as base skips go, it will be negative a unit, but it won't be too bad. We'll see what brasmak gets out of that extra money though. Could have built a tank last turn, which would have been what brasmak could have gotten out of this going for the city so early. Instead of building an infantry, could have built a tank. You can tell because it's got 6,000 left over and an infantry costs 1,000. So that would have been brasmak's advantage to going for this. So kind of gave up that income jump that going for this capture warranted, and instead is going to go for an artillery. Oh, not artillery tank, just go artillery infantry. So again, that's another buy that doesn't need this base skip to do it. So now the going for the completion on this city is looking really, really sketchy because it's just going to be -1 unit so far, and a little bit negative in income if this base ends up capturing all these cities. I mean, it could be that it did force Newbie to play around the fact that brasmak could build a tank, but I don't think that really... At least I didn't see that happening. Now we have an anti-air and a recon. Again, we're not spending all the money, so... I do like the recon because it's really annoying for the... or in this case, NewbieAus to actually... defend... or supply this area with vehicles due to having to walk around the river through the woods and through this like channel of mountain area. So the infantry that walk across this river and across these mountains are kind of hard to defend. And the recon's a very cheap way to go about harassing them. Got some tactical Grimm action here. Nice, yeah. So far, Newbie is going pure infantry in a single battlecopter. Now the battlecopter buy is really nice because you send it into the middle and it can threaten multiple fronts, which just forces your opponent to build other things, or build things to defend those fronts against this one unit. And that's why Newbie is building this tank. The copter was built, and anti-air got built in response, and the tank's being built in response to this anti-air, while also moving this copter forward to harass. And the idea is this front is going to have to build an anti-air or a copter of its own to try and defend, although a copter can be pretty risky because this is kind of inviting that copter for a strike. And because an anti-air would have to be built here, most likely, there won't be a tank affordable from this base. So this tank will just kind of be unanswered. And it's even nicely spaced to interrupt this capture. Yesterday was your 16th birthday. You're allowed to go drinking on your 16th birthday? I wouldn't recommend it, but... where do you live? Is that Germany that you can go drinking at 16? Deutschland? I mean, I don't drink at all, so I wouldn't be the person to... know what's what with that kind of thing. Okay, so looks like brasmak decided to go for the copter buy, and that did require that the anti-air leave this front to defend the that same copter buy. The place that it went is here, which is a little iffy to me. I don't know why it's... I don't know why it's right here. I don't really like this location. I think it's kind of between here and here. And I like this spot a lot more because it's closer to this front. And it'll be like a little bit longer to move this way, but it'll still be able to reach this airport. I don't know what this one's reaching. Oh, it's reaching this infantry, maybe? Okay, well, anyway. The reason I don't like it being here is that this copter can now hit this infantry for free. This copter will not be able to reach. This copter will not be able to reach. So I'd rather if the anti-air was right here. And also, because the anti-air moved away and a copter got built over here, this would be the place you'd want to send the copter to attack anyway, because it's the front that just got weakened. So I would imagine NewbieAus is just going to go for this smack. No, NewbieAus... Okay, NewbieAus is going to go over here. Instead, I would much prefer striking over here. Go for the free damage, link up with the tank, and then you have an anti-air that has to deal with a tank plus copter, which is not easy. Of course. Das schöne deutsche Vaterland. Oh, Vaterland. You won't do it regardless. The beautiful German fatherland, huh? It always surprises you when you have community members much younger than Advanced Wars itself. Your first mind was that you couldn't build a battlecopter at first, so you wanted another anti-air, but then you changed your mind again. That's fair. So I'm not a huge fan of this copter moving off over here because it's going to just end up being trapped in this staring match with this other copter, which won't do like negative damage to either side, but this copter was built first, so it's technically a bit like a larger investment. So you're kind of going negative in the tempo trade that way. And everything just runs away in the middle, okay. And then we have an anti-air built over here. I don't know why. Is this copter's kind of already going to be tied down to this one? And this anti-air, I guess it's just going to be used to try and pressure this airport in the future, maybe? So these movements with the like this infantry here and the like, that's just to try. Well, this one's not needed, but this is just to make sure that this copter can't come in and get that first strike. Although it wouldn't really matter because there is an anti-air ready to avenge anything. Whoa, okay, we have a huge conglomeration of infantry over here in this one artillery. Now this is the kind of situation that Grimm's really capable of dealing with. Very easy for Grimm to even just like have two infantry kill one infantry, recon kills an infantry, then copter comes in and smacks the artillery and like that kind of thing with the anti-air supporting. Because wall breaking is the thing that Grimm does the best of all. Although it might take a power for him to do that. I guess there's no like comm towers here. It is true that the 9/11 happened, and Advanced Wars 1 actually got delayed because of it. I mean, I was just in elementary school when that happened, so I don't have much memory of it. The Advanced Wars curse. I know. Okay, we're going huge commitment on this attack on the left from NewbieAus. And then this really I like this attack. Just going for the area that's undefended and just taking a nice free city. I mean, this copter could interrupt it, but the copter will die for it. And then brasmak is also attacking on this side here. So usually if you're going for an attack, you want to consider kind of what you're going to get out of the attack. So over here you can get this city, maybe this city. There's only like 2. This city is looking pretty tough because to ever get, because there's an artillery here and there's a lot of backup and that's within range of the base. So this entire attack is pretty much going to get 1 neutral city and then steal 1 city from your opponent. But it takes a huge investment to go for. So, you know, it's kind of up to the player whether or not that's what they want to go for. I mean, taking 1 city is always nice. But if you have the attack more spread out, instead of just way off onto the side, if you attack down like this, then you're threatening more cities at the same time. I mean, technically this one is being threatened, just not very well currently. Okay. brasmak is going to commit to trying to defend this one. And just try and make it so that only this neutral city falls. Okay, so it's very it's very important for brasmak that that this tank gets built. If this was just an infantry, because I mean, it's not quite so catastrophic, but there is this hidden threat that people often miss, and that's while this infantry is capturing this city, it doesn't have to finish capturing that city. It could always move and step onto the HQ and take that. So if like this copter, instead of moving over here, ran off to the left, then and like an infantry got built here, then that would just be GG, as this anti-air and this tank would kill this infantry, and then they would just capture the HQ. So it's very important that like this is here, so it can go after this. The anti-air, the copter's here, so it can interrupt any capture. And those threats, while they might look really easy to see when you're watching a replay, when you're playing the game, you will often miss any threat from an infantry that is currently capturing a city, because you'll always just be like, oh, it's just going to take that city. But it doesn't have to complete the capture, it can move on to other things. Ooh, okay, NewbieAus goes for the rocket. It's going to try and stall out this side of the map. brasmak could have trapped the AA with the battlecopter interrupting the city. Ooh, could he have trapped anti-air? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying because this covers this tile and the city, it doesn't trap it though, right? So you're saying the copter goes here and hits the infantry on the city. The anti-air could just go through here and kill the copter. Like this hits here, anti-air goes up here, kills it. It's okay. Okay. Am I feeling bad? Oh, it was, my grandpa ended up passing away, but it was just being late. No worries. Oh. Okay, so brasmak does clear the city, and we'll see if so. NewbieAus does have some options with this rocket. It could also just be built to try and maintain control over this city, which does look pretty doable. It's a lot more plausible to me than being used to hold this area, just because Grimm is really good at wall breaking, and rockets, while they have a lot of range, they don't have more range than the tank has movement. Yeah. He was a great guy. I'm sure he's at the Eternal Glacier. Tank. Okay. NewbieAus is continuing to commit heavily to this attack. And it does look like it's strong enough to break through. But the same is kind of true over here. So the rocket is not being used to hold down this city. It's going to be used on this side, which I think brasmak has to be pretty happy about. The copter did the single tile move because it wants to stay out of range. I mean, technically it's only out of range so long as newbie doesn't have a power to use to get that +1 movement, which doesn't look like it's possible. So this is an okay move to do for now. We have the medium tank built over here. Oh, to match brasmak's own medium tank. Okay, here we go. We have the first little breakthrough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this tank cannot reach this rocket. I'm not entirely sold on this. Oh, this doesn't quite work. That's it. No, you just get blown out, don't you? Oh, we'll see how it goes. This looks very, very sketchy to me. Okay, so we have the copters being used to guard this against copter interference, and then we have the mech guarding against the anti-air interference, and then we have the artillery guarding the mech. I like this little series of fail safes to try and take the city back. Yeah, this is not going to go well at the top. Blam. And then there's no answer for the copter anymore. Okay, go for an interrupt with the infantry from the road is an interesting choice. And it looks like over here we're just going to inch forward. Copter doesn't want to deal with this nonsense. Anti-air just goes over here, sure. Okay. So brasmak is in a lot of trouble over here. Both of these copters are pretty much unanswered. Does get a city out of all this though, which isn't the worst. This was just a positive trade for brasmak. Loses half an infantry to take out an entire infantry, which is good. Medium tank just goes up here to sit on the city. A little bit scary, just because there's artillery here. You always got to be wary of being surrounded. Here's the attempt at a mass retreat. There's still nothing over here to deal with the copter, though, so we're going to have some really nasty turns coming up. Okay, there's also nothing really guarding this recon. So I'd expect Newbie to get some nice attacks in here. I'm surprised the copter got used there. I guess it's staying out of range, so that is good. I think an infantry might have been able to get the kill, though. It's a Grimm recon. Okay, and there's the artillery staring at the medium tank. Ooh, I like this. Artillery guarding against the brasmak threat here from across the mountains. It is in danger of being hit by this copter. Then the anti-air is built to defend against that. So brasmak can still go for this capture. Oh, now it's not as good. But the way that brasmak could have started the capture, used the copter to hit the artillery, and then would put Newbie in the awkward situation where to interrupt the capture, the artillery has to fire, but if the artillery fires, the anti-air wouldn't be able to reach the copter. I'm back! So many ones in the top right. Okay. brasmak on mass retreat over here. Did hit this infantry to slow down a capture of this city, just to get some little economic edge. Okay, so this is the situation that Grimm really doesn't like, where the walls, because of how compacted this area is, the walls are right next to the vehicles. And there's just giant death balls staring at each other, because this is where that extra movement that Adder gets is going to be able to zone out Grimm really effectively. Okay. Oh, we do have the Grimm power used here to break through this infantry. Okay, the recon can hit the artillery. Or the copter can hit the artillery. Ooh, and killed the artillery. And this looks really scary. There are the double medium tanks, which is nice. And taking out the artillery is really good. I like the copter being used so that this artillery from Newbie doesn't have a target anymore, or if it was like a recon here instead, then the artillery would get to shoot it. Be right back. I have to go let people in. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Here you had your hopes of winning in the middle. Good evening. Alright. NewbieAus breaking through there. Ooh, has a copter sacrifice in order to get the super. Double, triple sacrifice. Does get the kill on the medium tank. Mech comes in. Tank comes in, and I assume a tank comes in to hit the artillery. Knocks it down to 2. The mech strike on this anti-air. Join. This is a situation where you wouldn't want to join this. You would just remove this 2 health infantry. Probably put it here to be a blocker. And then you would just start capturing a noob. Unless you need the 200 funds. Which doesn't look like it's the case, but that was quite the attack over here. It kind of leaves the medium tank open, being hit by a medium tank, but there's the artillery blocking, and there's another medium tank to get the revenge. Mech does go down. Then this medium tank just has to run away, so this makes this a really good attack on the left by Newbie. With the triple sacrifice. It was definitely a very planned out series of sacrifices, yeah. Okay. brasmak, massive retreat to just build up a bunch of medium tanks to try and hold the line over here. Now Newbie has an economic edge, and it's going to get even further with this city falling. Okay. But there does need to be some response to this attack up the middle. It looks like this is going to be the front that deals with that. Medium tank falling back. We have another rocket built. Brasmak. I mean, Brasmak's really in a kind of the situation where you have to do something or the game will just end, so you might as well attack up the middle. And on that note, I wouldn't have sent this tank forward because this is just going to die for free, and there's another infantry here to complete this capture. So I would have used that tank up here. Probably to run the rocket. Okay, so this tells me that Newbie must be trying to get the normal power here. Otherwise, you would at least do copter first and then tank to preserve the tank health, or you would fire with the artillery. Yeah, okay. Sacrifice the copter straight into his anti-air. We'll see what plan Newbie has that just required +1 movement. Looks like it was to hit this medium tank. Ooh, it hits both medium tanks. Ooh, that's... This one did live. But that's very painful. That city... That's the scary thing with adders. You can't stand on those distances where you're just one out of their range like you would with other COs. Okay, so this is looking really, really bad for Brasmak. It's all going to come down to whether or not this attack can get some sort of equivalent damage as this one's doing, which looks to be a very tall order. I'm pretty sure this medium tank's just dead on buy, because there's already an artillery lock, and there's 2 medium tanks here at 9 health. So I don't know if there's anything Brasmak can do at this point. Another power out of Adder. Brasmak's only gotten 1 normal power out. This is We have the stealth buy as the anti-air is locking the airport. GG. That's tough. That's a tough matchup. You already kind of wanted to give up. I can understand that. Yeah. NewbieAus had some really good sacrifices in there. Have Poland versus Starflash. This is a very weird name. Starflash is named Starflash versus Poland, but the player order is Poland versus Starflash. Make it make sense. Exciting map. It's a lot of bases. Water. All right, we got End of Entropy. An adder mirror on End of Entropy. So no Jake. I think Jake's pretty good here. There's some nice uses for indirects. There's a lot of fighting with planes, but adder will be better if there's going to be a lot of fighting over this little central area. And there's definitely some good use of mechs. So we'll see how it plays out here. Okay, Starflash is going straight for the middle, which I think is a pretty good call. We'll see if Poland kind of tries to mirror it over here. Poland isn't trying to contest this middle fight, which you can do. Okay, so he's going to just mirror. And Starflash is also not going to try and contest the middle fight. Just going to let those cities go for now. Are they all just... Are they doing the exact same... They're not quite. Okay, so Poland rushed this city. And Starflash instead is rushing around the corner, it looks like. I kind of like Poland's choice to go for this city. Because it's one that both bases contest with vehicle buys. So it can kind of be really hard to get for either player. So to go for this one pretty quickly makes sense to me. This one I'm not as sold on because it's harder to lock it down. Okay. And the compensation that Starflash got is to get this city before there can be anything that can contest it. Where like this infantry is ready to contest this city right now. This one's a turn too late. See, we have the artillery built. Why aren't you Jake? Okay, it looks like they're both going to try and just take the city really fast. I'm not a huge fan of that choice. I much prefer fighting for these areas on the sides a little bit more. Using recons like Poland's doing here. Because I feel like from my time playing this on this map and from the games I've seen is that this city is really hard to hold on to, and I'm not a huge fan of going for cities that are hard to hold on to in comparison to the ones that are easy to. Okay. This is interesting. Starflash is kind of moving down towards the left rather than hitting towards the middle here, which... I mean, it does kind of threaten this city, but it is moving into the range where this base can start just holding you off purely through through buys. Ooh, and Poland just goes for this city. That's pretty interesting because that is Starflash is in range of Starflash to just wipe it out with a tank and an infantry strike. But it does kind of invite Poland to get a tank strike back. Kind of. I mean, Starflash would have to interrupt his capture here to go back and stand on this city. Been really cautious play out of Starflash up here. This city was taken, and there's been nothing trying to contest it, but then very aggressive down here. Okay. Definitely going with like, it is mixed base, so trying to keep it as much of your investments in one place as possible does make sense. Okay, so this is going to be the choice for Starflash as to whether or not to use this infantry to block or to just let this strike happen. Looks like we're just going to let the strike happen, which probably means we're going to have another tank built. You could go medium tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but you'd have to really expect to get your power somehow. So this tank is overloaded, and that's why Starflash is able to go for this attack so freely, because this tank isn't really defending over here. It's going to want to come down here and hit this tank instead. There's a bunch of construction happening. Adder is easily the most dominant pick on this map. Really? You have the interrupt over here. Just inviting a huge all infantry fight. Starflash could build it. Okay, it does build a copter to kind of win the infantry fight. Tank copter. Makes sense. Okay, so that does give Poland a kind of a tough situation. There's a lot of infantry coming into this middle area. This recon's gonna be really happy. And this tank can get this first strike from the city with follow-up tank business, but there's also these two other fronts that are needing kind of immediate responses. You go for the first strike over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Debatably, it's not even like the right call. You could not go for this first strike and just go up here and kill this infantry, which would then give you this city. Okay. You kill off that infantry, not so bad. Go for a smack over here. This is just to delay any capture attempts, I think. Ooh. I'm not super sold about committing more infantry into this fight because there's quite a few here for Starflash. And the artillery. Okay, so we do have the copter built over here for Poland, which is pretty nice. It does kind of the same thing that it's doing for Starflash on this front. It's very much securing the this entire attack, and we have Poland going for this city capture, which is really nice. The infantry here is blocking the way, so Starflash can't actually interrupt this, and the city's just kind of given up for free-ish. You think it'd be better for Starflash to focus on the left side since this airport is there? Yeah, you're feeling like because this is the side that has Poland's airport, once this gets involved, the Starflash investment will be really really defeated. I can understand thinking, I mean, I think that's true, and also it's like both true and also overkill, with the idea that Starflash is already winning this front with just using the airport. But I think for a much more assured attempt or plan, I think that's true. Currently, the attack down here is looking good for Starflash. I'm surprised that Poland has such a tame response to it. Just a single infantry build. Okay, we do start. Oh, not gonna just get the kill. Right here. Poland getting the city is a really big deal, though. Kind of assures that Poland's going to have a nice economic lead here. Okay, so Starflash isn't going to go. So what Starflash can do here, and this is very understandable that Starflash wouldn't want to do this, but you can sacrifice your tank in and then hit again with another tank, and I think you have a chance of killing, although it might take 20% to have that kind of chance. Plus 20% firepower, I should say. Okay. The Starflash is super... This is the sign that someone's super giving up on the front. They're just hitting all the infantry so that any of the captures that are going to happen are going to be delayed. Okay, so Poland does get this city, which will put Poland ahead in the economy by a fair bit. And then join caps here. And then hits this infantry now. Now you can't do that, or you don't want to do what I was saying before, which is a strike from here. The reason you'd want to do that previously is because you'd be blocking off the reinforcing infantry from getting the strike on the city. But now it would just invite Starflash to get a mech hit with the power. Okay, bunch of infantry strikes. Poland's almost completely out of infantry over here, but all of the infantry from Starflash in this attack are injured. Okay. Strike. This tank buy is really important. And it's really important because Starflash is threatening to use the power and start capturing the city. So if you just build an infantry, you could run into some serious problems. Okay, so down here, things are going to... Like, this city is super going to fall. Ooh. Starflash is going to go up here. Tank. I guess it's to deal with the anti-air. All of the units from Poland that are in this area. Infantry get beat up. Start capturing, use the 1 health to help block. The artillery just kind of chills here. It doesn't actually cover these 2 infantry, which is a little unfortunate, but it covers the capture. Ah, this was a join cap, so no chance to interrupt it. Another artillery built here. So Starflash is already kind of in the turtle up mode in the top right corner of like, I just don't want to lose my base. All of these cities are currently really difficult for Starflash to defend. They kind of make excellent targets for Poland. Okay. Very nice pick off here with the anti-iron. It's very important that this tank goes here, although it's going to need some backup. And it needs to be here so it's hard to trap this anti-iron. If like infantry gets here or something, and then this anti-iron gets trapped in between like an army here, and then whatever gets built from this base, you just lose your anti-air for just some infantry scraps. Okay, all of these cities looking like they're gonna fall. Starflash is going to get these cities in compensation, but it's not great compensation because these ones are owned by Starflash and these ones are neutral. Okay. Whoop up. Ooh, I like it. And then the 1 health infantry can go here and trap the tank in. It doesn't quite work. If this is kind of a, let's see if we can go back. It's kind of a tough call for Starflash. I think an 8 health. Well, what you'd like to do is have the 1 health infantry go here, sit on the city, and you go tank plus a healthy infantry here with an artillery behind it. But there's just not quite enough backup here to make it. The idea would be that this tank's just trapped and there's no way to get to the artillery, so it just kills it off next turn. But I think you'd have to join the infantry together here. You can't just use the 8 health, and that's not nearly as good. Because then you give up capturing the city. Okay. Another infantry built over here. I'm not quite sure what Starflash's main plan is up here, but investment-wise, Poland's definitely invested more cash because of how much more expensive vehicles are. But yeah, these units have a hard time actually defending properties, so Poland can just kind of take all those. Ooh. Poland does actually manage to interrupt this capture. It's a somewhat expensive interrupt, but this base doesn't really have anything else it wants to do at this point. Something that Poland could have done is if an artillery was built last turn from either here or here, could move it over here and lock this city from across the mountain. Although we might just use the copter for that. Yeah. And this is looking really good for Poland because the areas that got traded were kind of neutral properties for owned properties. Okay, here we go. We have the attempt at punishing Poland for interrupting the capture. Kills a tank and a half, but it does have to fight into base range. There's apparently no way to save the copter. I feel like there is a way this. Can this infantry being here not work? Feels weird to me to just give up this forest tile so easily. I mean, there is an artillery blocking for it. That's okay. Okay. Starflash is definitely grouped up over here. These tanks, they can kind of come in with the power to help out with an attack on this front. What Poland really wants to do is kill this anti-air and this copter. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that Starflash didn't even interrupt this capture. We're at 27k to 19k. So Poland doesn't necessarily have to really attack in here if he doesn't want to. Looks like we're just going to kill the copter with the anti-air. That's a fine trade to go for, because while that copter is very easy to replace, that anti-air is also very easy to replace. They're kind of equidistant to their production facilities. I still would have liked an artillery built over here from Poland to try and lock this city down. But yeah, decided to just kind of chill. No need to go for some huge attack into this nasty artillery setup, especially when you're up 8k in income. Okay, there goes the anti-air. Starflash now builds a tank over here. This is the problem. I don't know if this is like a porcupine kind of defense, where like the base is just really annoying to attack, but it has no offensive capabilities, so Poland is able to just kind of send investments elsewhere. Okay, there's the copter to replace. Starflash. We have the Sidewinder from Poland. Okay, interrupt that capture. Kill off this infantry. There's still quite a few infantry over here for Starflash. So it's not going to be quite so easy to like hit them all so none of the captures can happen. It looks like we're going to let this through. Get a nice hit on that artillery. Okay. This is a weird attack in over here. I mean, it does stop this city from being taken. Okay. Gonna try and trap the medium tank in range of this battlecopter, which does look like it will work. And this is where the overly defensive nature of this corner, Poland can just kind of leave, have no punish. The attack over here in this center here does, or not the center, but the left here, does look a little iffy. It's definitely going to be really bloody, but I think the idea is that Poland's going to have a much easier time reinforcing than Starflash will. So it's okay if it's bloody right now. Thank you, thank you. Infantry, they move so fast. Well, I guess that's true. If Starflash has the super, then it's not quite such a overly defensive corner anymore. Okay, wiping out infantry from Poland. There's the tank. Oh, this is actually looking really good for Poland. I thought more stuff would get taken out. I guess it's just these two tanks that fall. Yeah, no, that's looking like a really good attack for Poland. Now this medium tank. That's pretty okay. So you would really like an anti-air, of course, to defend the medium tank, but because there's two tanks here, you also don't really want to build an anti-air. I think you still do. Maybe not. Well, this is looking like Poland can just kind of win. Still up 6k. There's going to be a whole bunch of first strikes available here. And now these bases look very killable. Does manage to deny the city capture there. This tank really never able to find a target. I guess it's just because Poland really wanted to get the kill with this medium tank to deny this city. It makes sense. Recon strike. There's no anti-air over here either, so this copter's kind of spoiled for options. It will go after the medium tank. Strike, and down here, oh, hit the infantry. Okay, and then we're gonna start blocking in this base to be really annoying. Block in the medium tank. Okay. Poland almost got a power out of that. Medium tank's really sad. Ooh, anti-air doesn't get the kill here. What does it shoot? Oh, it shoots the infantry. Finish it off. Get a mech strike. Hit a tank. Copter finishes it off, but the copter's going to die for it, and the mech can strike the artillery. Okay, that's pretty good. This army from Starflash is no longer really being hit from both sides quite so hard. But the medium tank is still uncontestable. And the copters are just going to go down. But it does look like Starflash is going to get this city unless Poland invests 2 vehicle hits, or a vehicle hit in this full health infantry hit. Okay. All of the money from Starflash is being invested in these 2 bases. Which does mean that this fight, isn't getting any of the reinforcements that Starflash would like. Which I think is what Poland was counting on. Yeah, we have a nice sacrifice to break through here. Copter plus copter. Ooh, it lives at 1. Oh my gosh. So Poland is indeed going to go for the medium tank hit over here, followed up by, I assume, this infantry hit to stop the city cap. I think at this point, though, you don't care about the city cap, and instead you use the medium tank to probably kill one of these tanks off. But that's just me. Oh, does the 2 health tank guarantee? I'm gonna assume it's a guarantee. Ooh, the mech doesn't go for the artillery. Sure, that's fine. Hit the tank. To me, this is really funny because I don't think the city matters. But I think Poland's probably just thinking like this fight's going to be won either way, so you might as well save the city first. Okay. Starflash uses the normal power. And we of course have another block in on this base, something this is really susceptible to. You'll know bases are really weak when they have heavy terrain next to them because they're very easy to block in like this. Okay. Starflash goes for the tank kill, which does mean that the city will go through, although the city is joint capped, so it will go through either way. Okay, we do a break kill off that tank. Interrupt the capture. And there's nothing really that healthy for this medium tank to kill. I guess he can kill the 7 health tank. But Poland's, I mean, at the end of Starflash's turn, he's really far ahead in unit count, which is what you want to be at the end of your turn, but behind in unit value, and of course way behind in income. Okay, we do go after the artillery now. The mech just goes for the capture. It might have been best to do a damage to an infantry. It doesn't super matter though. Okay, you know, I'm being more sold on interrupting this capture, even though it like resulted in taking more damage. It will be really annoying for Starflash to take it back, provided this base has to keep building vehicles. But the fight over here is kind of dying down. Poland's kind of come in, taken the cities. It's time to leave. Because Starflash doesn't have any infantry over here that can actually take these back right now. Ooh. Poland decided to sacrifice an entire copter to maintain that that city. Okay. I mean, Poland's still 8k up, so it's kind of fine. Not quite 9k up, so you can't quite just throw away a copter every turn and stay even. But being pretty close to that. This fight is pretty much dealt with for Poland. Copters are going to break through here and let the tank hit this anti-air. Or actually, the tank's not going to hit the anti-air. It's going to hit this mech. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. It does hit the anti-air. Okay. So the mech. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess probably a roll for mech plus injured. Nah, it probably doesn't kill, right? Not with the Poland power up for the extra defense. There's a lot of more investments coming in from Poland anyway, so it doesn't really matter if Starflash is able to use mech plus anti-air to kill this tank and then have this anti-air come in and kill one of these copters. And now these cities are falling. Yeah, Starflash is looking super dead. Do have the sacrifice in here to get the super. Hit that copter and kill off that tank. Kill off an infantry. Got that tank. And there's a lot of copters over here. But yeah. Starflash just ends up resigning there. I think that's fine. Even with all those attacks, these two cities are going to fall. GG. I think the big thing here, and again, neither player was able to take these cities, so I guess it worked out very well for them in this case. But the fact that they kind of both went for a trade in these areas, but Starflash had more cities already owned here, so he's losing a lot of his economy in comparison to Poland, was a pretty big deal. You can kind of see at the end of the exchange, as much as it even exchanged, because Poland was able to hold on to these ones, Poland's just way ahead in economy. GG. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Starflash was keeping it pretty close. And that's because Poland was having to sacrifice a lot of onboard value in order to maintain the income. This is Jaeben versus Sami. So when you have an income lead, you have to compare it to how much you're losing every turn to see if you're actually getting something out of your income lead. And for a long time there, Poland was like losing more. Eat your veggies. This is Jaeben. I do believe that Jaeben is the same as I Am Stitch. Who used to make Advanced Wars by Web YouTube videos? I Am Snitch. When I was first playing, I Am Snitch was making CO Select YouTube videos. And I watched those, and then and now I Am Snitch watches my videos, so it's gone full circle. I actually played against I Am Snitch, I think multiple times, but those replays are lost to the ether. Unless I Am Snitch saved them, which I highly doubt. Hey, Jaeben. If I don't do any of that. A Wild Rift competitor? I played League of Legends way back when. I don't know if that's different from League of Legends Wild Rift. I don't know it. Jaeben, did you save the games that we played against each other? I'm surprised that Compi didn't save them. Oh, it's a mobile version of it. Gotcha. Okay. I gotta look to see if I can find the game. I remember being so happy about it because I was showing it to Deegis because I was like, see, I'm starting to get like really good at Fog. I had like a whole plan and it just worked perfectly. It was against... It was on Oka... The one I really remember was on Okazama. I gotta see if I can find it real quick. There we go. You guys can't see this at all. Oops. Never saved. If someone somehow saved this game. Oh, you don't remember? There's World's End too. But this is the game where I first developed my plan of like attack on the bottom, bluff on the top, and then I just like pushed through and took the HQ. It wasn't the first. I think this is the first game that I really made a plan and just went with it. You can see I'm still Brown Desert. In fact, I am Snitches playing the Penguins. Oh my gosh. Alright. Memory lane, though. You lost it. You lost to him on the... Hey, there we go. It's all full circle. But here we got Eagle versus Sami. And the map's kind of small. We have triple base. I mean, the airport's really strong because the map is small and it's somewhat central. The brown desert Go7. I know, before the awakening. I think Sami's probably a fine pick here, but I think I would prefer Eagle because this map does kind of stall out from what I've seen pretty easily, and when that happens, you'll really want to be Eagle. I would recommend watching Jaeben's CO Select videos. I think they're pretty good. I know I was a fan. Okay. So far this is looking pretty nicely for Jaeben. We have a very early artillery. I think this is fine. So the idea is, where are you going to build? If you're going to build an artillery, where are you going to build it? And I think it's fine to build it at this base because the two cities that this base is kind of responsible for at this point, this one and this one, you kind of already have locked down with captures. This guy's going to go for this one. This guy's going to go over for this city. The only way you kind of wouldn't want to build it here is if you plan on doing some sort of city skip to try and get to this city, but it doesn't quite work out nicely because these ones aren't like within 3 of each other. So I like this buy, and Sami also likes the buy because Sami mirrors it, and this is a really good thing for Eagle to see because artillery openings are pretty slow and kind of stally, and that's exactly what Eagle wants. These two artillery are going in different directions though. So it looks like this one is going to try and lock this city. It's there a little early, so maybe it's got other plans. I assume that Sami's going to have the same idea in mind. We have a tank being built. Ooh. I would have much preferred if Sami's artillery had gone down this way now, so that it could help support this attack, because this is kind of annoying for Jaeben to deal with. Because even if a tank comes in to interrupt this, it's not enough to stop a Sami capture. Okay. So yeah, it looks like... Oh no, this is still fine. So if this goes for the capture here, a tank can hit from the top, and then this infantry can hit from the bottom to stop it. Or you go for the big brain plays, and you just complete the comm tower capture, hit this with the tank, and then have an infantry ready to go for the capture next turn. To like capture it after it's been captured. Ooh. Okay. Looks like we're gonna try and stop this city from being captured. But that does mean that there's nothing supporting this. Ooh. So we'll see how Jaeben wants to stop this. Looks like we're just gonna go this way, which works perfectly fine. And yeah, over here, now if Sami wants to stop it, the artillery gets involved. And the artillery is still holding down this city. This is looking really nice. Preemptive anti-air from both players. Or prophylactic. Have a good one, Shadow. Okay, the Sami artillery stands on the city. I don't like this interrupt. And the reason I don't like it is there's no follow-up to it. At least that looks good to me. So this infantry, so it's going to delay this capture for 1 turn, because this will just continue capturing, and then 2 infantry will come over and wipe this guy out. So you lose an entire infantry to delay a city capture by a single turn, and that's like it costs, I guess value-wise it's fine, where you lose 1,000 worth of value and they lose 1,000 worth of income for a turn, but you lose on top of that you lose an entire unit. So that part's really not good. Interesting. I would have thought that this infantry would have stepped onto this mountain and attacked this artillery, because that's kind of free damage. Free-ish damage. I mean, there's 1 Sami infantry that could hit back, but you're on a mountain. Oh, interesting. Well, this also works, because now this guy goes for the capture instead. And I guess this is inviting the artillery to fire on this infantry and let this tank come in and hit it. But I don't think that even works, because the mech can then cover against that. That's fine. Okay, we have our first helicopter built here. These are looking very good for Eagle, although this is definitely a little painful. Although I guess the anti-air is here to kill it off anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Ooh, the artillery does strike here, which does make the artillery stay here. But there's some serious blocking coming in to make sure it's safe to do so. Okay. We do have our economic lead currently for Snitch, who does go, or not Snitch, Jaeben. Does take out that infantry. Does let this tank go in for a strike. But it's kind of okay. I mean, there's this tank to help cover and get some revenge. And I don't see how Sami's able to hold this city or prevent it from being captured. So I think it's just going to be another city falling to the wrath of Eagle. Wow. Now, I'm a huge fan of transport copters, but usually when you're on a lot of pressure on the front, the transport copter it's not the time to buy a transport copter. It's better to have those much earlier. Okay. But Sami is putting on a lot of pressure over here. You have to be a little bit wary though, because at this point, there's a lot of vehicles being produced over here, so if these infantry kind of get wiped out, then Sami won't be able to get anything done. Yeah, you usually expect Sami to be up in income at the beginning. Smack. And infantry stands on the city, I imagine. There we go. So this tank is gonna have to hit this guy, because currently Sami's threatening to kill this infantry and let this tank come in and hit the artillery, which would be sad news. So yeah, here we go. And here I would probably just hit this tank with the infantry, probably do 1 damage, but and take 1 damage in return. And that would mean that you're not threatening this this city, but just weakening this tank is always good, or with this infantry, I should say. And this infantry, the infantry over here is still threatening it. Okay. Ooh. All right, slowly backing up with Eagle here. Does let a mech get a hit in here, a strike, but out of anything that could stand on the city to stop Sami from going for the city, it does have to be the tank. So makes sense. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure coming in here. It's also looking like it might be time to get something a little more beefy than just a tank on this front. Maybe some indirects, some more indirects to try and hold this, or just like tanks plus copters. Because unless these units are gonna like front switch over, they're kind of being built for a front that's already won. Oof. But Sami going for double mech buys at this point. It's going to be really like the transport copters weren't built earlier on, so this is going to be a while before these can actually help support anything. Okay, we do have a sacrifice. Okay. Airport is now locked with this anti-air. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we're just doing a big old front switch with all these tanks. Okay. So this is in range. Whoa. You kill off that infantry. Okay. It does hit this artillery. I think I would just keep backing up for now. Because this is going to be a really painful turn to attack into. Like, all three artillery will be able to fire. Both mechs get to attack. I think I would just keep backing up and build some beefy units to try and bust through. Okay. Boost over to the left, okay. Strike, strike, slam. All these guys get wiped out. It's a rough day for the Penguins. They're kind of just stacking sides here. It is true that this comm tower for Sami is under a lot more threat currently than this one is. Reinforcing tanks are definitely a welcome sight. Sadly, this guy is going to get beat up, but I think you do have to try and target down these anti-airs as much as possible in order to, start being able to build copters. Arguably, you just don't hit this anti-air because of the mech strikes, and you can just go for this block. Try and preserve your tank count for when you get the Eagle Super. Okay. Get annoying blockers on this base. Ooh, now it's being blocked with an artillery, but we're only at 2 bars away for either super, so that usually means the Eagle is going to be able to get the super pretty quickly. The artillery is no longer stopping this capture. Yeah, Eagle is pretty much guaranteed to be able to get the super next turn because the copter can always hit this anti-air. That's if Eagle wants to go for it. Looks like we're not doing it. kill off that artillery. Now it's a little... It's definitely a little spicy to not go for it because... I mean, Victory March is... Unless you're kind of calculating it out what your opponent can hit, and Victory March isn't reachable. But a Victory March here hurts a lot because a base and an airport falls. You got this, buddy. Well, there's always the copter hits his anti-air. It's a lot. I believe in this guy. Okay, so we do have the Victory March. At least going to be attempted here. Although it might not be possible. I will assume that Sami calced it. Okay, there we go. Victory March. This is going to be very painful. Airport falls. This... Whoa. I would probably have killed this with an artillery and then taken this city. Just on top of everything. Okay. Well, this is looking very scary now. The huge artillery attack coming in here from Sami did some great work. Ooh, okay. But it's looking like... Eagle's going to try and take this airport back right away. Which would be a big deal. In come the tanks. Scooting around the side. Okay. I would have thought that the tank was going to hit in here, but I guess that's... You don't really want to attack into this. That's understandable. Okay, so lightning strike, artillery strike on... Yeah, what's the only anti-air over here? I just realized. Tank finishes this off. We do go for this capture. So I thought that this copter was going to move to this transport copter spot. And I guess it doesn't work. I thought a tank could come in here and hit this artillery. But it doesn't work. Do break through here. Come a lot of tanks. There's a lot. This choke is really annoying to get past. We do have this airport fall and the comm tower. So we'll see what Sami can do. Sami is up 6k, which is really nice. While also being a base up. So medium tanks, I assume, are going to start flooding out of this base. There we go. Okay. There we go. We get this airport. We get this comm tower. I mean, if Jaeben can get this airport as well, then that's like really, really good. Sadly, this artillery is at 2 instead of 1, so it can still interrupt here. this copter hit? This copter, this copter should probably have hit here, so that it's blocking off ground access to hit this airport. I guess it's still doing that. There's nothing fast on the ground besides this medium tank. Yeah, this is fine. I assume this is going to go stand on the comm tower. Or I guess it's guarding the comm tower where it is. Its own way. There we go. Some nice infantry strikes on this artillery. The mech. Back up. Okay. So it doesn't immediately look like this base is going to be able to fall very easily, but I mean, that's a lot of pressure being put on it. And if this airport does go to Jaeben, then it'll be very easy to take this base because it'll be pressured by tanks plus air, and then we'll only have its one build available to it. Wow. Okay, so the artillery does not interrupt this. So this airport does fall. Well, I think that means that this base will fall. There we go. Now the economy is back to being even. And this is the only anti-air over here. And yeah, artillery able to knock infantry down below 4. So they can actually interrupt Sami captures. Hit the artillery. Two health ones and only 1 full health one over here now. Infantry just standing here being really annoying. Sami anti-air, and they have no comm tower, so they can't one-shot infantry even on roads anymore. Yeah, 2 airports and 2 bases versus 4 bases. This is true, and unfortunately this base is going to have a heck of a time staying under Sami's control. Ooh, okay, we're going to have an artillery stand here. This does mean that there's no join cap to try and save the comm tower capture. I do like this little block of the infantry to make sure there's nothing to... Well, okay, this kind of works out nicely. So the artillery needs to hit this comm tower in order, or the comm tower capture, to stop that from being captured, but that means it's blocking this copter from clearing this. But I think a tank can just come in here and kill this mech, and then the copter can clear this, so it doesn't quite work out. Okay, we have lots and lots of medium tanks being built, makes sense to try and save this base. It was just the copter can do it. Yeah. So I liked the idea, but it does get broken through. Now we have copters being built here. Although the tank pressure is kind of falling off, so now anti-airs can be built from this base to try and hold on to it. Map designers have gone too far. Okay. Medium tank pressing forward. Okay, the infantry count over here for Sami is looking really bad. Here we have our anti-air. Sami infantry count is all over here. Desperately, the medium tanks are coming to try and save them from the tank harassment. Now, I've said multiple times, Sami without infantry is just a negative CO, and that's kind of what's happening over here at this point. there's still this 3 health mech with no ammo. Jaeben was able to kill off this anti-air on the base. I think it's okay for Sami because you can just build another one. The medium, the artillery kills this, the medium tank kills this, and then there's no tanks to stop the anti-airs. Oh, that guy up. The retail. There we go. I mean, it's kind of looking like Sami's going to stabilize, at least until... I mean, I guess not quite, right? Because Jaeben can use the Eagle Super to wipe this out, and then get a... As soon as a copter gets on this base, then it's just GG for the base. So major attacks into this anti-air on the base. I assume to try and get to this Eagle Super. Which, yeah, this has to happen. How close are you? You still need a couple thousand. Where on earth are you gonna find that? Oh no. A couple thousand was not found. Oh, that's so painful. You okay there, Professor Brainstorm? Game over. It was the tank hit on medium tank instead of the mech. Over here. Oh, that would make sense. The airport's gonna fall over here too because of the... Oh, I guess this guy will take it. There we go. Yeah, the city falls. Now that's super GG. Whoa. It was so GG it just skipped the entire turn. Oh, that was so close. It looks like a dot bot. Havas, can you get rid of Professor Brainstorm for me? I can't. I didn't know there was such a thing as a dot bot. A Morse code message. Bye-bye. Content, I shall make you a mod. Defenders against bots. I know. Yeah, I think you play pretty solidly too. There was just a few things that were a little questionable, which would kind of happened on both sides. And of course, missing the Eagle Super. I mean, that happens to the best of us. GG. And very, very interesting how it ended up with the base and airport layouts. Oh, and I should Do-do-do-do. I mean, it's been over a year. But anyone that wants to go and subscribe to CO Select can. Put the pressure on. No worries. One day. You can also watch the videos, they're good. It's from a pre-Go7 era. Who's about to live with that size? I think sent in by Palmer? I'm not quite sure. I'll try out the live queue on Friday. I haven't seen it in action yet. Who commands the penguins in pre-Go7? They're just a free agency. Well, there's like Red Halo and there's a Desi. Okay, we have an Olaf mirror on this Black Boat map. Everyone loves Olaf mirrors. They definitely aren't heavily decided by who gets the power first. And so far, the openings are looking really similar to each other. Is the live queue its own league? Will I be starting fresh? The only replay you ever submitted was an Olaf mirror. So far, this is looking very similar in their openings. I mean, the artillery are standing in different places. Or no, they're not. Yes, they are. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't mirror this. But they're both just standing to break the pipe scene. Oh, it's unranked. Gotcha. Well, that'd be good for me. So I won't be fighting all the really good live players. I'm just a penguin. Live play is so difficult when you have flippers. Flipper like wings. Okay, yeah, this is looking... Okay, there's now a difference. Palmer has built a copter, and Cardell is going for these tanks. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. So usually when you have a recon, like heavy recon openers, you start with the recons. But in this case, we went artillery, copter, and then double recon. So these are just going to be for with the idea of getting like information out of them rather than some really fast harassment, which is totally fine. They have tank follow-up after that. A nice mixture of units coming out of Palmer here. And looks like Cardell's just going to stick with a very heavy tank composition with the idea of just attacking straight down here. No anti-air from Cardell, so definitely going to be a little bit blindsided by this fast copter build from Palmer. His recon over here is going to be kind of uncontested, so that's going to be working out really well. So in comes the copter, the no fear copter attack. This is something that is always really risky to do. And everyone tries out a fast copter and kind of dreams of this situation where the copter just gets to hit a tank and there's nothing to counter it. But lots and lots and lots of times what's going to happen is you're going to hit something with the copter in the front, and then an anti-air is going to be, instead of a tank, it's just going to be an anti-air, and it's going to come over here and it's going to kill your copter, and you're going to cry. So this is that dream situation where there is no answer, and you can see Palmer is like not wanting that same thing to happen to him over here, so now has some anti-airs being built. You can also see in this dream situation, the reward is really little. Like, half a tank is the reward for living the dream. So the payoff is really not usually worth the risk. And in Fog of War, the copter tends to be much better as a reinforcement unit that can, like, a tank comes in and hits you, and then over in the nice safety of your own units, your copter can hit that tank, and then another tank can follow up. Ooh. Poor recon. Even on the planes, I'm surprised that killed. Oh, it's double comm tower, that's why. Okay. The Palmer's up 4K. That's looking really good, although I mean, the city's currently under threat. The copter does back off. You kind of have to expect your opponent to have some sort of anti-air at this point. So now it's transitioning more into that reinforcement role. Ooh. The comm tower over here, though, is falling. So it'll be triple comm tower to one comm tower. And then Palmer goes straight into a bomber? I don't quite know why we're going into a bomber here. I would probably stick to light tanks and recons and copters. The idea, the reason I wouldn't want to go for a bomber is because I've done some really heavy, well, not heavy harassment, but I like kind of shook the front lines here with this copter, so I would anticipate my opponent to build a bunch of anti-airs, and my bomber would be kind of sad in that situation. But I guess in this case, Cardell actually only has built one anti-air, so the bomber can definitely find some nice purchase. Ooh, Cardell with a black boat purchase. I do like black boats on this map. There's a lot of these, much like on Scavenger, there's a lot of these little choke points that you can block off really effectively. Ooh, artillery gets a shot off on that tank. Happy day. And we do have our triple comm tower threat. I'm not quite sure why this tank decided to commit now, or the copter decided to commit now to hit this tank. I would expect this to happen if there was like a tank or something following this, so that they could hit the anti-air or like the bomber. That would be very cute if the bomber had been in range. As is, it does just kind of die. Okay. This is a really weird attack, but I think it's so Cardell can get the super first. Needs 300 more, so that should be achievable just by sacrificing infantry. We're just going for infantry hits that aren't even sacrifices. There we go. And first super. It would have been really, really bad for Cardell if they didn't get the first super, while also being so close in charge. Kind of what happened to Palmer a bit. Which might have been why that copter went for the tank strike and tried to get the super. Okay. Now, fortunately for Palmer, while Cardell did get the super first, it was at the very end of the turn, so there wasn't really a huge swing of a turn where Cardell has 10 health units attacking 8 health units and that kind of thing. So, as far as first powers go, it's not what Cardell would want. There's really not much of in the way of actual options for Cardell at the end, or on their own turn in response to Palmer. So the only charge lead that Cardell got out of that is just 400, which is not enough to guarantee that you'll just continually get the super first. Okay, so Cardell is going to be able to get this city, but man, is Palmer putting on a lot of pressure and way ahead in unit count and unit value, and a little bit ahead in income. Yeah, and Cardell just resigns. I think that's fine. The fight over here is very contested, but at the same time, Cardell has to invest like everything over here, otherwise the HQ just dies. So I think this game was about to go downhill, and then Palmer gets away with the victory. A rare Olaf win, with Olaf getting the super second. Or with the winning Olaf getting the super second, but the first power was at the very end of the turn. And the double recon opening, even though it was a little late with the recons, it worked out really nicely. Because only one front actually had any tanks. So we have seraphesque. Maybe it's supposed to be like Tarrasque, but with seraph. So it would be seraphesque. I don't know. And content. I think this is sent in by content, so we'll make content into Cobalt Ice. Map looks really familiar. I think I've seen quite a few games on here, but this is not the map that I saw content versus Starflash on. It's in Seraph, like. Okay. So we have Sami versus Eagle. We saw one of these games earlier, and Sami managed to win. We'll see if this is again going to be possible. I mean, the airport's really strong on this map, so that should be something that's in the favor of Eagle. The HQs are also somewhat vulnerable. I mean, they're right next to a base, but not a very strong base. And there's going to be a lot of infantry on these mixed base maps. This is also a live game, and live games are harder for Eagle and not really any harder for Sami. It is a sharp map, yeah. The bases are really close to each other. Ooh. Eagle goes for a very fast anti-air. This is such a weird play. Okay, so this infantry is going for this city, which does stop Content from going for... Well, I guess Content can still go for this city capture if he wants, and just hit this instead of killing it off. Just interrupts it, and then the tank to answer the anti-air. Yeah, get the airport. Now, if Content really wanted to, could have gone here and tried to interrupt this airport. It would be, well, it's not, it's kind of a double denial, right? So it like stops the airport from finishing and stops this infantry from going for this city because it wants to interrupt this. But this guy is already interrupting this, but it's also going for this capture. So I mean, I think it would be fine to go for the airport interrupt, but it's also fine to just let it go. And instead of having this guy follow in the footsteps, just go for this capture, or this capture chain over here. Okay, and now we have a tank following over here. This is looking really good for Content currently. Decides to let this infantry live, which is okay. The 8th health infantry would have been able to go in here and kill this. I think that I would have done that because this tank cannot kill an 8 health infantry on forest. And right now this tank could interrupt if it wants to. Okay, we have a tank over here. It does come in for the interrupt. Now, I did say that this tank can come in to interrupt if it wants to, but I'll say I'd only want it to do that if it had another tank backing it up. Because now in this case, Content just kind of gets a nice tank first strike from a city. And Content's going for this interrupt, and that's because it's overloading this tank. It can hit this infantry, or it can hit this infantry. So it's kind of safe to go for this. I mean, it's kind of a tank and infantry that you have to try and overload, but still. I'm not sure why Content attacked this infantry. Knock it down to 5. I would prefer to preserve the 2 health infantry. You can use it as like a blocker, or you can just save it for when the victory march comes. This is a lot of pressure coming on to actually... Oh, I didn't realize that Seraph actually had to do an entire base skip, which is awful. Especially when you just attack here. So this is looking really rough for Seraph at the top here. Does get a nice pick off over, or finish off the Content infantry here. Does get an Eagle copter build, which is really good. This setup over here is not looking too hot, though. The problem is that the copter can kill the infantry, and then the tank can probably kill the tank. Maybe not. It is a Sami tank. Ooh, okay. Yeah. If that wasn't a Sami tank, that would work. And because it is a Sami tank, I think this is actually going to be pretty bad for Content. The idea is that this tank will sacrifice itself, and then this mech kills off this tank, which it might not be able to do. I don't know if there's any comm towers. It might not be able to kill it. If it can kill it, then this anti-air can then kill this copter, and it's just really quite the setback for Content. Hello. Oh no! No. Well, it looks like if the tank had sacrificed itself, it would have worked. Or at least there would be a chance of it working. So very fortunate for Content that didn't happen. Okay, Copter does run away. He finishes that off. Anti-air built over here. You can see how nice these copters are. You build it here, it kind of forces an anti-air here, although this one's not quite forced at this point. But then also the copter can strike on the other fronts. Try and force more anti-air builds. Pop. Infantry. The content's up 3k, which is really nice. And there we go. We have our other anti-air that's been built. Although we have quite the little attacking force moving in here. Very nice placement of this infantry to stop this copter from coming in and smacking. And it should be noted that this is a live game. So they don't have a ton of time to make their decisions. Okay, we have a joint cap to try and secure this capture of the city. Copter just backs up down here. Definitely a huge group up for Seraph. Maybe that's what it is, like Tarask. Ooh, the content sets up a nice base lock here with mech and artillery staring at this. Well, the Seraph does get this nice city capture too, so they're each getting their little victories, although I would say the content's doing a lot better currently. And we'll see how Seraph wants to try and save this. Looks like we're going to go the copter strike. It is a free-ish copter strike in that the anti-air can't reach. And that does disconnect this mech from the base. Ooh. Content goes straight into a fighter, and then we have a double time? Okay. And then this guy can come in here and hit this. It's thinking about it, though. And now it comes in, hits the tank, and then this guy hits the artillery. I mean, that's pretty good. And we have double anti-airs coming in with this copter. I see. So that's the idea with the fighters, that it's covering these copters. All right, that's definitely a very aggressive attack. It's putting a lot of pressure on this airport and this base. I'm not sure if this artillery necessarily needed to move. I like the artillery right here, because it's, of course, locking the base and it's on a city, so if it gets struck, it'll just kind of repair. But when it's on this city, it's actually, if it has to be used to lock the base, it's going to deny your own captures, which is always really awkward. Fly like an eagle. So the fighter is going to get to kind of eat up a bunch of copters. Sami being sad, unable to kill a copter with an anti-air. Specifically an eagle copter. But this base is super dead. Fighter comes in, kills this 9 health copter. City's falling. We have the Neo tank built to try and hold down this fort for content. I like this Neo tank buy. It'd be kind of annoying for Eagle to deal with that, but we do have a lightning strike, and lightning strikes can work miracles. In fact, it looks like this Neo tank is just going to get trapped on the base forever and a day. So we are probably going to have an airport trade. Ooh. Oh, I like the hit that Sarah found on this fighter. That was really good. So now this Neo tank is just super sad. I take back what I said about liking it. It's so sad. Oh. Content gives up the capture of this city in order to hit this infantry? Do have a breakthrough over here, which is really good. Considering there was 3 artillery staring at this, and now there's just 2. Well, there's still 3, but one of them's injured. Yeah, I think I would just keep capturing the city. I mean, it's fine. I mean, this does stop any captures happening from this infantry. Down to 2. Down it goes. There's nothing that content can do to save this base. So somehow Seraph is actually going to get a base and airport traded out of this. Down goes the fighter. Oh no. Wow, just attacking right into the artillery range there. Content is still way ahead in income and has victory march now. Although it's down to just 8 infantry and 1 mech, so not a very scary victory march. Ooh, we do have the stealth buy. I don't know if Seraph saw that coming or what, but actually saved a lot of money, so a fighter can be built to answer the stealth. If we look at the range of 5 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So any infantry that get placed in like these areas are going to be immediately threatening to take the HQ and win. And this 1 health mech is also very nice because it skates over these rivers. So it's if there was a way for content to hit this this infantry, it could come in here and take the base back. Okay, and we do have the fighter built. That's a really weird attack with this tank. 4 and 4. I guess with mech support, it's not so bad. 2 more cities fall, so Content's got a huge income lead. It does get to shoot this artillery. Ooh, the copter survives. The 1 health mech is diving forward. A little gutsy. We have the stealth on the field. This infantry is not quite in range. We're going for the HQ. This might be telegraphing the intentions a little bit. Well, okay, well, I don't know if that was necessary to move this 1 health infantry here. I would prefer it moving down here so that it can threaten to move into range of the HQ. can't do that from here, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's out of range. It's out of range of stepping into range. Okay. Anti-air gets hit. There goes the 1 health mech. Rest in peace. Yeah, I would have much preferred if the 1 health mech had stayed in range to go after this base. Because then you'd have stealth plus full health mech can clear it. Oh, I mean, I think Eagle is going to win this game. Because I don't see Content able to break through here. And, the lightning strike is just going to be so much more impactful than these victory marches. Can this reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess if it can go this way. Artillery plus infantry strikes here. Okay, okay. Maybe Content can salvage this. Because the stealth can still hit here. Artillery plus infantry kills this, and then this infantry goes for the base cap. But that still lets the fighter hit the stealth, which really sucks. Although I guess the stealth's always just totally toasted, because Eagle with Lightning Strike is just always going to find the stealth and kill it. Okay. So the base does fall, but it's like it's gonna fall, but it's not gonna stay fallen. Down goes the anti-air. So this move here, I'm not a huge fan of. I think you just go for the base cap, and that reveals the stealth, and then your fighter can hit from here. Okay, there's the lightning strike. Fighter comes in, just gets to pick off a copter, completely uncontested. Well, it's definitely difficult to hold against these lightning strikes. They're both on increment at this point. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, in that case, judgments are a little harsh, for sure. Oh no, nothing was able to stand on the base. Oh no. So Content does get to be able to build from this base with 24k in the bank. So, I mean, I guess an anti-air gets built here or something. Just a tank, okay. Stealth survives at 1. Fighter comes in, takes out another copter. Okay. The tank did die, so maybe it was all a bait for Content to invest something. I mean, like a medium tank would have lived, but it would be kind of trapped in there. So I can understand not wanting to build it. Well, it is still up 6k, but man, Eagle's got a really good super. I don't know if you've noticed. Okay, we do have infantry in range of the HQ, so at this point, if Content was able to sacrifice enough stuff just to win the game immediately on the spot. Okay, the stealth is down to 14 fuel. Seraph is able to get the base back. There's like nothing defending the HQ. But I mean, there's no way Content can get the super currently. It's gonna take a few turns. Not quite. Did this fighter kill something, or did they just decide to chill over there? Okay. Medium tank gets built over here. London's moving forward, getting closer and closer to that super. Medium tank really needs to go stand on this HQ. Okay, we're attacking in here. Medium tank, oh, what do you know? That's not enough. 2 health recon decides to defend the HQ. Well, whatever you do, don't kill this copter with the fighter. Okay. Very good. The fighter decided to chill here. Now, I think Condon still has enough stuff that can be sacrificed to get the super. Although I think this tank had to hit something else. Infantry. Yeah, I think this tank had to hit this tank, but we might still have it. Oh my gosh. Don't have it. Double time? Okay, with the idea of just going for the capture anyway and just blocking off like infantry here, I guess. Okay, I think that still works. I mean, it doesn't work if Seraph can get the super. Oh, you can hit from over here. Oh my gosh. I think we both missed that. Oh no. Well, that's very painful. But nothing else came in to support? Wait, what? Nothing else came in to support this HQ, so you can still join cap and kill off the tank. Oh my god, it's still GG. You just have to make sure that Eagle can't use the super. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So everything else gets deleted, yeah. GG. Wow. That's quite the back and forth. All he is getting deleted. You liked it. Sami gameplay indeed, yeah. Well played. That, especially as a live game, that's very hectic. Yeah, scary infantry indeed. We got Palmer versus littlebinkpants. This is another Palmer game. Is the other person persistent in that one then? Palmer gaming. Got more Grimm. Grimm versus Jake. Okay. Moving forward. Both players going for the base first. Looks like littlebinkpants is going to go for a very fast recon. Palmer's being pretty chill here, going with a tank first. He's going to answer against another recon. So we got double recon versus tank recon. Palmer just completely investing on this front. Littlebinkpants with a very early base skip to get the artillery. So this artillery better do something amazing this turn rather than what it could do next turn. Because it's a very expensive artillery. It was negative unit count to get that artillery. Very rare that that's ever useful in fog. Ooh. Look at how weird recon on recon violence is. 7-7 trade with the first strike. Okay, so very nice disruption by littlebinkpants with this recon attack down here. Then gets out of here. Ooh. Trap, get the kill off this recon with this tank. Very nice. Palmer is very happy. I'm surprised this... I guess it's just because it was a Grimm recon. I'm surprised it only did 3 damage. Okay. The artillery did make it here in time to lock these cities. So that might... That might be what littlebinkpants was hoping for, is just to get here at the specific time. Although it does look like after it fires, it's going to get absolutely annihilated, so that part's not great. Plumber with a nice interrupt down here. Gets this giant wall of infantry. This is usually not very good to do in fog, just because you have so little information when you're doing this, and have a much harder time knowing what you're defending against. Where in standard you can do this and have a whole bunch of stuff defending as you know exactly what your opponent's doing. Oh no! So the artillery got here in time, but it didn't have vision of this one city, so it didn't actually get to deny it. Really nice attack here from Palmer. And we'll see. Yeah, this will just kind of chew at the end of the wall here. So this is another case where you don't really want, like, the copter is defending against this recon, but you don't really want to send a copter in here because the odds that they have an anti-air is just so high that if this was like standard, then this copter would be actually defending. Oh, it still goes in. Very gutsy. Yeah, that could be like a huge blowout, but it. Oh, it's in range of this copter though. Although Palmer doesn't see this infantry, well, it's possible that this copter will just get trapped and be really sad. No. Then gets the kill. Ooh, okay, this artillery does have 2 tanks to shoot. That setup's looking pretty nicely, or nice. We do have a transport copter here from Palmer. So the island properties will soon be under Grimm's control. Oh, that's just out of range of this anti-air. It's going to work out. But economically, this is looking really good for Palmer. Up 4k at the end of the opponent's turn. Well, this artillery is still alive. It just now gets found out after the tank moves. Okay. More and more. Now 5k up. We have a Jake Super. Does come in here and kill this copter, which is nice. Jake Super just to kill a copter is not usually what you want. You have a response of a Grimm Super. I'm equally confused by that. Okay. It probably mattered to kill that infantry. Hit here. Yes. Well, they both had very lackluster supers. I think that Jake Super was a little bit better. The funny button is funny. You gotta click it. You know, I understand. It's true. Copter Strike. Bomber's still up 6k. So if the game continues as is, down goes that. And getting these island properties now, although the transport copter has been built from Jake player here. Ooh. Got the Grimm bomber. Which will be able to overkill lots of things. While also dying in one shot to anti-air. It's a little unfortunate. Chewing away at the edges here of the units for littlebinkpants. Looks like Palmer's got this pretty securely. Instead of building bombers, I would much prefer if these were stealths. Because Grimm has really good stealths. Or just a bunch of copters would be fine too. Especially against Jake, I wouldn't really want to build bombers because these anti-airs can get that boost to their movement. That's okay. Not quite sure what's up with these powers. Okay, kill off that copter. Down goes the anti-air, one shot by the bomber. Poor anti-airs, always need the buddy system. Their transport copter gets built. And the littlebinkpants resigns. I think that's a fair resignation. Down so much economy, and now all of the anti-air's been wiped out. GG. The early recon attack worked out very nicely, but the base skip for the artillery ended up being a little bit of a flop, and then the walling, the like very standard like walling, is very painful, and Palmer did a great job of just getting lots of free value out of it. You've lost bombers to Jake Supers before? Yeah, they'll take them. Start versus Jonathan. 357. Drake versus Sturm. High funds. Oops. Oh, that's fine. I don't know who sent this in, so I'll make Jonathan just into a couple lives because I like Sturm more than I like Drake. I would expect Drake to do better than Sturm on this map because he's got pretty good naval play, and it's also a very wide mixed base. So the Drake super is going to be way more impactful than the Sturm super. A classic map and matchup. And also, Sturm is going to have a heck of a time doing anything to Drake's naval units with their plus 25% defense. So if they're in the harbor, for instance, they're going to have 55% defense, while Sturm has negative attacks and negative to attack. So it's going to be really difficult to kill anything of Drake's. And that can be a big deal because these harbors are choke points. Ooh. We do have the very fast recons, which is always good to see. The Sturm harassment hits fast. It is kind of double-edged though, of course, because these fast recons aren't themselves infantry to go for captures. I do like this pressure, so the recon gets to hit over here or over here. It just goes for the side that didn't get a tank. However, it hits a comm tower, so it's not having an immediate impact on the economy. We have an artillery built try and deal with this tank. Still no infantry, so I guess these captures are going to happen from this infantry. Okay, we have a mech built. Interesting. Okay, the harassment is real. Super denying this comm tower. Okay. I mean, it does mean it will be harder for Drake to get any kills against Sturm's units. This recon... Somehow this recon failed to get out of the range of this tank. But I guess it's just inviting this tank for a strike was the idea. There it goes. I probably would have tried to preserve the recon, but you know, going for a first strike's nice. Okay. Now, dip out. Although these guys can always come back in to go for an attack on this counter. Oh, I didn't even see that we have the black boat built to repair this tank up. Okay, does go for that hit. It does, of course, invite another tank first strike. But as long as your units don't die in high funds, it's really not that big of a deal because you have so much money that going for repairs is very easy. Okay. Tank to answer medium tank, and indeed, it was an infantry walking all the way up here to get this city. Drake does end up getting the comm tower. It couldn't be denied forever. And these tanks do survive and just kind of get repaired up to snuff. And a no fear tank comes in here. The idea being that this artillery really wants to deny this city capture, so it's not even going to shoot this tank probably. Or if it does shoot the tank, then you get the city. And because this is high funds, every city you get is worth twice as much. Ooh, okay, but the recon's going to come in here and harass the city instead. In which case I think this 5 health infantry is going to hit here to deny this capture. Still nothing but mechs over here, which are, you know, kind of annoying for recons to deal with, but not if the recons get these nice first strikes. Okay, we have artillery very well guarded by these tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although, I guess there's no real follow-up for Drake after this. Oh! Sturm didn't interrupt this capture. Very weird. And you would kind of expect Sturm to be winning up until the first Drake super, and that seems to be the case so far. I mean, Drake's not doing awful, but currently Sturm does have an income lead. And the reason why you would think that is because Drake kind of doesn't have a positive power or day-to-day for the early game. It's just weaker copters for the most point. I mean, this Blackwood's faster and it's easier. But his super is way better. And then in the late game, his ships will be really strong. So, Sturm has a great day-to-day with the perfect movement. So you'd expect him to get a nice income lead, which is what it looks like we're seeing here. We got 36k to 50k. Ooh. Drake decides just to go for the normal power. You submitted both of those? Oh. I'm surprised they both got it. I must have made a little error. That's okay. Or one of them got submitted by another person. Okay, so I'm surprised that Drake went for that normal power. Saving up for the super will definitely be more impactful. We have a Sturm normal power that hits down here, beating up these poor medium tanks. This was join capped, so there's no way to interrupt the harbor capture here from this mech. We have a nice rocket. The rockets will be very good for for Sturm. Oh my gosh, Drake just resigns. What? We get both of these captures to be at 40k income. I mean, down a lot in income, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm surprised. It's a very early resign. I mean, it's more just like the seeing the income and being like the morale goes down from that. You gotta expect that when you're fighting Sturm. Oh, we have another Seraph game. Into my rock golem. See if there's anything. Another quality Andy game. Rock Golem is starting to appreciate Andy, okay? I am a huge fan of Andy. It's who I learned the game playing. Sahara is such a great addition to the Global League pool. It is quite the map. I'm a fandy. I'm a fan of Andy. Nice, nice. So I was a fan of the recon opener on this map back when I was playing it. I don't know if anyone saved the game, but I had a league game. I might even have it, I don't know. Where I was playing against Compi. It was my Sonya against his Adder in Standard League on this map. Good old times. How much do you have to donate to get Starbright timed out? We appreciate good puns. You would have to donate $1,000. We appreciate good puns, but only so much. Kampai always opened in a way where recon is absurdly good into him. Recons, that, you know, they're good. They're good. Okay. So we don't have recon openers in this case, though. We got tank into copter against double tank. We have a very inviting infantry strike here. Ooh, but Seraph just turns it down in order to go for this capture instead. It's so inviting because the only thing to deal with you is capturing infantry. So you're pretty much guaranteed value to go for an attack over here. Where you go for this capture and you have to cover it against this tank using this tank, which isn't quite going to work unless you build something to deal with the copter that's going to come over. It's like a little more of a headache. But it still worked out. Okay. There's a nice, a nice wave of infantry coming into this area from both players, which is very common. One of the things is, yeah, whoever gets these corner properties tends to hold on to them. They're very hard to take from an infantry camping there because it's in the corner and vehicles can't move onto these mountains except for copters, of course. The copter goes for its free strike over here. So oftentimes, what you'll want to do on this map, because this kind of situation happens a lot, where a bunch of infantry strike up here, a bunch of infantry strike down here. So what you usually want to pair with this is some indirects. Although this is a really nice surround that Rock Golem found on this tank. But some artillery with this and some anti-air, and it's like impossible for this one base and airport to hold against it very well. So great surround on this tank. I think it's fine to not go for these infantry strikes though. Normally you want to go for infantry strikes like this to weaken the tank, but because it's trapped and it's just going to die to a full tank strike anyway, it weakens your capture potential to go for those. I mean, it's fine because Rock Golem is Andy, so you can just not repair these and heal them up with the power later anyway. $2 for the burb. Hey Walker, hey. I'm glad to be back. Okay. So this city's gonna be falling pretty soon here. Seraph does get this corner city, which is really good, and is in position to deny this corner city from Rock Golem, which should, in theory, lead to an economic advantage, although currently Rock Golem has one, because Rock Golem took this city. Okay, the 5 health tank is chilling over here, very inviting for Seraph to finish that off, but would have to do it from this section, otherwise the copter can come in. Okay, here comes the artillery with this huge mass of infantry, so that's going to start putting a lot of pressure on the Rock Golem. Ooh, this 5 health tank is kind of ignored. So, good situation there for Rock Golem. Goes in for this copter strike, which is in range of the copters from the airport. Oh, whoa. And we also attack in here with this tank. A very aggressive play. Because, I mean, the artillery can just take that out. But there's a lot of backup tanks. It'll kind of come down to if Seraph wants... I mean, if Seraph uses... Oh, interesting. Yeah, we're good. That's fine. Sacrifice the copter to kill off this copter. Okay, I would have thought the artillery would strike here. But this does maintain the wall so that Rock Golem can't really make much progress. Okay, you can see it's a very well guarded artillery over here. And Rock Golem kind of has to give up the attack up here, which is fine. A little bit of a breakthrough down here with Seraph. The artillery is starting to approach this HQ. These cities are falling. Looks like Rock Golem's just going to front switch to go through the middle and then hit this army from the back. Ooh, we have the Rock Golem super. Saves this city. Does break this as well and gets this anti-air down to 1. And we have the bomber and copter built here. Now the problem is this matchup is kind of a game of chicken with the super. So if Andy does the super first, there has to be a lot of value out of it, because now Rachel can use the covering fire without having to deal with Andy just kind of healing it all off. That was pretty decent, although the bomber buy looking really good to absorb one of those missiles. Currently Rock Golem is even in economy, but primed to take this city wave. Ooh, attacking into this artillery again, no fear. Okay. Huge. The birdies are very excited. Rock Golem does back up in the top right. The bomber coming to support. Artillery does just get a kill off this tank. I know, still no artillery on defense. Rock Golem has no... Oh, and it has one that has this one indirect. But they're very good on this map because of all the choke points. Okay. So this is a little bit sketchy on Seraph here, because this does not hold against even just the infantry staring at it. We have one Rock Golem Penguin sacrifices themselves in here to deny this, or to delay this capture. And the bomber's kind of uncontested with this. There's only one infantry over here, so if this does die, then all of these captures are kind of permanent. The artillery is left out in front to do its best. Oh, okay, so I thought we might have a breakthrough to try and kill off this artillery, but decides to just back up for now. Oh wow, Seraph decided to not both not kill off this artillery and not save this infantry. A bold choice. Yeah, down that goes. Rock Golem will be able to maintain this nice 2k advantage. We have a battleship built with some copter support. Well, that will definitely help hold these cities. Definitely heard Havit's complaints about no indirects on the defense. There's now one. Oh, Seraph loved the idea. Joins these two 9 health copters together and this tank and the 10 and 9 health tank. Huge hits on the front lines to build a bomber or a battleship over here. I don't know. I mean, I'm a much bigger fan of the battleship from Rock Golem because there's no indirects over here for Rock Golem and there's a lot of units in range of it. Over here, there was already double artillery. So... and there's already a bomber in play. So I'm not as big of a fan of that. The battleship for Rock Golem also serves a purpose as being a magnet for a missile. Well, being able to be easily repaired with the super. So I do like Rock Golem investing in the big boy units. We got the fighter, we got the bomber, we got the battleship. Things that are hard to kill and give you a lot of charge when they get damaged, and also are very valuable to heal. Okay, see this battleship's always going to be kind of scared of this bomber, but now we have a fighter to scare this bomber. Rock Golem does not fear artilleries, it's true. The bomber is going to be a little scared of this fighter. Oh, Okay, for a second there, I thought Rock Golem was going for the absolute gutsy play of putting the fighter in range of the other fighter, being like, hit me, I'll just heal myself and hit you back. Which is something that, of course, Andy can do. We have a little breakthrough to kill off this artillery and then go for capture here. Bomber comes in, kills the tank. Kill off this tank. I assume anti-air is going to kill off the copter, and then the fighter will kill off, maybe kill off another copter. The fighter's going to go after this copter, okay? Well, we're going to have a very painful turn for this fighter. Is going to die. Ooh, we have a lucky lass. Okay. Lucky lass getting value. One shot the tank. Oh my gosh. Lucky lass getting a ton of value. One shots the fighter. Oh my. The blowout. Battleship now into 7. That's probably not worth going for. This has nothing to defend it against the fighter or the other copters. This will just get healed by Andy Super. Okay. Take out the copter. The infantry makes sense to me. Stop them from getting these captures. Okay. There is the nice attack coming in here from in the bottom left for Seraph. But the middle is looking really good for Rock Golem currently. A lot of infantry are going to die off here for Rock Golem in the top right. But they kind of did their job in denying these captures. The battleship can shoot. The battleship's doing really good for this area denial. It can kill off a 1 health infantry for 1. Oh no, it can kill off this infantry. It has a better prize. A black boat has entered the field. Fighter's trying to zone the other fighter, as long as there's no easy way to get access to it. And he's not at the amount of charge that you can just kind of put a fighter in range of an enemy fighter and dare them. Okay, those units get kind of cleaned up. Rock Golem looking nice, up 4k. Got some eyes on the prize of this city, although it does still have to hold these ones as well. Okay, the attack over here is definitely stalled in a serious way. Ooh. Not quite breakable without a super at least. Rock Golem just attacks in anyway. Very aggressive. Oh. Here we go. Fire just comes in, kills the copter. I mean, Andy's not quite at the supercharge, but we'll get there really fast after the fighter hits the fighter. We'll see if Seraph goes for the lucky last. Now, it's very unlikely that a fighter can kill a fighter in one shot, even with lucky last, but man, did it try. Oof. He's going to get a positive exchange out of that. surprised this infantry didn't try and hit this tank. Okay, so very few hits, except for that was pretty much a lucky last just for the fighter hit. Okay, we do have the hyper upgrade. Now, Seraph did use Lucky Lass at full charge, so it won't take very much in order to get another one. See? The fire decided to chill here. It can escape if it wants to. Of course, now it's covered by an anti-air, so it's not so bad. Well, the anti-air is in range of double artillery though. So we did break through down here. Medium tank gets to hit this artillery. A nice line of infantry here. And Rock Golem's up 4k. Okay, down goes this anti-air. Fire did end up winning its fight, but then Seraph just resigns. Which might be a little early. Let's see. I mean, this battleship is probably going to die, which sucks. Down here is not so bad. I mean, that's a lot of tanks. Can kill off this copter. Oh, actually, doesn't get a shot on this medium tank, though. Yeah. I mean, down here it does look like it's going to lose fairly soon. GG. The rocket did hold these cities. Rock Golem got these cities and held on to them the entire time. I can see the resign, yeah. Rachel versus Andy seems hard. It is hard. It is definitely hard. Blue Games versus Parrots. And move this. Right. All right, we have Sturm versus Sensei. Right, actually. Which is always a fun matchup. Sensei doesn't really like fighting Sturm because the recons are actually able to harass Sensei's early game, while at the same time giving Sensei very little charge for fighting them. So, while Sensei is usually really, really good in the early game against COs, he kinda hates fighting Sturm. Which map is this? This is Fiasco. Because usually Sensei is kind of has a surplus of infantry and can do whatever he wants in regard to them, just because of getting normal power really early on. But yeah, Sturm's like the perfect CO with the really fast recons. Although in this case, we're not seeing a lot of recons coming out and messing with Sensei. It's your map. We've all been there. No wonder it looks familiar. Okay, so we're gonna go for some fast tanks. Now, Sturm tanks are going to have a pretty good matchup against Sensei tanks, because Sensei tanks have the negative, is it 20%? That's only minus 10% attack power. going for them. I mean, Sturm's got the minus 20%, but it also has the bonus to defense, of course. Usually you would see a lot of Sturm recons coming out to make Sensei really sad. In this case, it looks like Parrots is being a little chill of a Sensei player, or as a Sturm player. We'll come in here, one little hit to take out, or to interrupt this comm tower capture. I mean, if you can manage to get both of these comm towers as Sturm, then he'll be super happy. Ooh, we have a join cap here. It doesn't quite work. So what's going to happen here is that this anti-air, because its Sturm can skate through this forest and then hit this copter, which I think it will one-shot, because he does have a comm tower. Yep. And now you can have these two work together to deny this, and then you can have the tanks come in and go for attacks if they want to. Okay, here comes the rockets. Sturm has really good rockets because they're really high damage units, so they don't get hurt too much from his negative firepower, and they have the worst movement type of wheels or tires, so Sturm gets rid of that and gives them perfect movement. So they kind of work together in that way very nicely. Okay, so comm tower denied, which is going to mean that Sensei's vehicles are just always going to be at minus 10% firepower, trying to attack into Sturm vehicles with a ton of defense. As you can see here, the medium tank does 4 to the tank sitting on a missile platform. Now we have the rocket and artillery over here to super defend this, although they don't have any blockers themselves. Okay. This rocket doesn't quite guard these guys. It was definitely a little bold to attack in here. Huge medium tank army. Here comes the copter command. Bloop. Tons of infantry. They attack 4th. Just like one attack over here. The rest march forward, and we'll see how well Sturm is able to hold against the tide. Ooh. Trying to go for the comm tower over here. Double comm tower Sturm has a regular 100% firepower. He'll be very happy about that. Okay, I do believe the Sensei cannot actually kill this copter with a 7 health anti-air because it's got currently negative firepower. And Sturm has positive defense. Okay, we are going to have a possible interrupt over here, although it is covered very nicely. Indirects, yeah, look at, oh my gosh, look at that. The copter lived at 4. Ooh, a huge attack in here. This is diving further and further is going to be really painful because this stuff is covered by indirects and also just like the base. Okay, there's no possible join cap over here, so this comm tower should be able to be denied. But this but this does look like a really nice Sturm power, normal power, or probably just normal power. I don't think a super is going to be possible to get to here. Maybe. Ooh. Isn't going to use it. Oh. Never mind, is actually going to get there. Only needs 100 more. What? I guess something else can get the 100 charge. Could have just hit this infantry. It hits there instead. Your strike. Blam. Double medium tank and a bunch of tanks and copters. This means that only this copter can currently interrupt this this comm tower. And Blue Games just resigns. GG. I mean, that was a pretty massive super. It did like 50,000 damage. I can understand resigning after that. GG. A very different way of playing Sturm than I would do it. Well, I would also transition into the heavy into indirects. I just would have had a much more recon heavy. Sturm recons are, or yeah, Sturm rockets are so good. Okay, we have another Poland game. Poland versus fluhfie on AA Bridge. We played weirdly with Sturm. Where did the game of the Pipe Runner go? I think it is right after this one, or not? Or did you send it in general rather than in the replay? Let's see if I can find it. I can swap over to that one if you want. If I can find it. Oh, what happened there is I covered Poland's game against Starflash. So we'll do your Pipe Runner game next time. Sensei is overrated. I mean, he's pretty good. It's pretty good. We've got Andy versus Kindle. This is a live game. fluhfie and Poland are in competition for the Prince of Live title, which was formerly held by Elise, as claimed by Elise. So they are now both in contesting for it. So if you're going into live league, very often you'll fight either fluhfie or Poland. Oh, is Poland the king of live? I didn't know there was a king of live. I've only heard of the Prince of Live. Okay. So this base is definitely a little awkward. Looks like neither player is currently working to break its pipe seam, which would then let vehicles come out. Although, to be fair, the only way you could do that right now is with mechs or bringing down an artillery. Contention, there you go. Poland is technically above Starflash and ELO now. Wow. Okay, fluhfie looking pretty good with some nice aggressive artillery movement. The Poland's kind of doing the same thing. Going for this comm tower. This map doesn't look like it has a lot of contested properties, which could make it stall. Although I don't think Poland would ever... I don't think Poland or fluhfie... Well, fluhfie might stall, but I don't think Poland would ever try and stall. So we do have this set up, so the tank could, if it wanted to, come in here and hit this artillery. It would just die for it. But, you know, it's invited to do so. Ooh. Very spicy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Poland went for it. Especially against Andy, where this can be healed up pretty easily. Although, I mean, not having the artillery to help support these guys currently is pretty good. Although it's still now moving forward and it gets to heal up on this city. I also like inviting attacks as Andy. Okay. So I would expect Fluffy to float some money here. That's exactly what Fluffy does. The idea of floating this money is to build a bomber to break this pipe seam. We'll see. Poland probably should have seen this coming and built an anti-air a little bit earlier. But I don't know how much they've played on this map, so. Still no anti-air. Back up over here. Huge lines of infantry staring at each other. There's the bomber. Fluffy has an anti-air. I actually had the base skip, which is a little unfortunate. Well, Poland builds a fighter. Whoa. I was not expecting that. Well, Fluffy should just attack brazenly into these infantry as much as possible. There's nothing covering them except a single mech. This is... No. You just attack. Like, these are just free hits. Who cares about the mech first strike when you're Andy? But now Poland's getting back in time. Try and hold this. Okay. The line moves forward. We do have a rocket on its way. Poland goes for a 33% or a 1/3 chance to get the kill on that tank, unless that tank had chip on it. Okay. Well, this is a very interesting thing for this. I guess Fluffy will just hit the bomber from the top, or hit the medium tank from the top. You just have to make sure the bomber isn't next to a city so the fighter can't kill it. Or you can hit it from over there. Oh, it looks like Fluffy's going to go for the super this turn. Well, oh, okay, that works. Get to go in and hit the fighter. I was thinking you let the fighter hit the bomber and then you just heal up and kill the fighter, but this also works. Ooh, high society from Poland. Gonna go for some one-shots. Kablam. Kablam. Fighter will hit the bomber down to 7. It's pretty good. But it's gonna die for that, so it's not as good. Although completely cleans up Fluffy at the top. But, I mean, Fluffy's doing a really good job at the bottom. little surprised the bomber's going up here, but it's okay. I mean, it does have a medium tank to try and go after, so that makes some sense. Goes after this anti-air, finishes it off. Madrid gets taken out. We have the comm tower being threatened. These cities and this comm tower look like they're super gonna fall. Okay, go after the mech. Copter's gonna front switch away from the double anti-air. That makes a lot of sense. All of these cities falling. Currently only one comm tower falling for fluhfie. I mean that Poland would end up, if these all went through, Poland would end up being negative in income. This isn't going to fall. Oh. Did I miss? No, I didn't miss an urban. Ooh. Really nice play here by Poland. Bomber comes in, kills the tank. Medium tank then blocks the tile and kills an anti-air off. Okay, so it's going to come down to whether or not... Well, fluhfie can kill this, though, because bomber plus mech kills this with the super for sure. Probably just bomber alone kills this. And then the anti-air kills the bomber in one hit. I mean, this is... And the super also gets all these cities. Or no, it doesn't. It just gets 2 of these cities. Or just this one city. This one will already get taken. Copter comes in, hits there. This is guarded by an anti-air, which is a little unfortunate. Although that anti-air can be hit by this mech. Down goes the medium tank. Down goes the bomber lived. Andy super letting you down. I think that's a rule. Okay. So smacks the anti-air. This rocket has to run away. Probably shouldn't have ran away onto a city, but it's okay. Poland goes for the high society anyway, which will kill off this copter for sure. And denies this capture. Ooh. Poland being very feisty around this HQ. Fluhfie can always guarantee its survival using putting the bomber right here, but not something that Fluhfie really wants to do. Okay, we have the recon built to try and protect the HQ. Poland manages to get an econ lead again. Oh, I was like, what is the city that's never been captured? Poland has a city in the back that he's never gone for. Does go for the captures here. Putting a lot of pressure on the fluhfie. Medium tank does kill this anti-air. 1 health bomber, 2 ammo, 27 fuel. I mean, that's a 6 health bomber as soon as the handy power goes through, of course. Ooh. Fluhfie just lets the capture go through here on this city. Brings in another medium tank. Yeah, it looks like Fluhfie can hold this, although Poland has a very large unit count lead, which is nice. Well, that is a nasty join cap, though. And Fluhfie's units are kind of out of position. Fluhfie can save it again this turn. And can kill off an anti-air, which is nice. This rocket is so sad. It's constantly being zoned. Ooh, not another medium tank over here. That could definitely be bad news. I think this anti-air is necessary because otherwise an infantry can just stand here. Or a tank or something. They can just wall in the space. Okay, we have the join cap. The base gets wiped out. Oh no, there's nothing to kill the bomber. That's 6, so fluhfie can still save this. Assuming... That was a really weird move. I would have thought that this would go here. I guess it doesn't matter. So if fluhfie gets the super, I'm pretty sure that this medium tank kills this tank, and then the 6 health bomber can save the day. Or maybe not. Must be missing. Oh, this can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, with the super, this can still reach here. Such a sad sacrifice. Could just have the anti-air hit here. I don't know why this is going like this. Hyper upgrade, come in, try and save the HQ, and then fluhfie resigns. Live moment, yeah, GG. Yeah. Fluhfie, I think fluhfie could have saved the cap, although it's going to get really tough once these copters come in. But even with fluhfie saving the cap, Poland's in a pretty decent spot. He's not losing too much going for this. GG. That was pretty brutal. And yeah, double high society. Getting some nice value. Incuggarch versus SonjaTheSuperior. On and just what are we doing? Did I cover this game? I don't think I did. No, I covered Voice of Akasha's game. Now you judge Incuggarch. Oh, look at the sun. That's SonjaTheSuperior playing the Penguins. Good to see. Okay. All right, looking good. SonjaTheSuperior going with the kind of the more standard opening rather than the aggressive airport opening to fight for the city. Oh, that seems really bad. Incuggarch finishes the city capture rather than moving on to the base. I mean, we'll see if Incuggarch gets anything out of that. That seems really bad to me because this base has at least 3, maybe 4 cities that's responsible for. So it's a pretty nasty hit to the long-term economy and unit count. But it does give us this tank this turn, which if Sonja the Superior had moved here with an infantry, would have been a big deal. Because it would be denying this capture. But as is, I think it just kind of gets in a staring match with another tank. Okay, it does deny this city. Although this infantry just has another city to go for. It just kind of gets into a staring contest with another tank, which is not something you super want to do in early investment. Although it does have a lot of nice pressure in the middle, so maybe Incuggarch is able to get an econ lead out of it from these two cities. Although I think Sonja the Superior can just deny this city using this capture. Ooh, okay. Incuggarch goes for the hit over here, backing it up with another tank. Oh, and Incuggarch does have both of these cities, which is nice. The tricky part's going to be holding them. You have a tank covering the tank. I agree that if you're going to go for the tank hit, you should go for the comp tower. I think you get a low roll on this counterattack. Ooh, oh, that really sucks. The tank doesn't even get the revenge hit. I think I would oh man, it's tough to say, but I think you have to go as you hit this back and you die on the retaliation, and then you bring your other tank in to clear this. Go for the classic move. Incuggarch with the very aggressive lab capture. Sonja the Superior not healing up the tank. I would really recommend repairing this tank. I know it's gonna like hurt a little bit in the repair or in the economy, but this must be a heavily chipped tank. So you want to repair that. Healing the chip would be really good. Incuggarch's like, I was just kidding. I don't know what you're talking about. It was just joking around. And the backup over here. Does move a tank forward here. Into the center. And backs that up with another tank. Does just let this go, though. That always hurts. So you can see here. When given the choice between capturing this city and capturing this city, Incuggarch would be better off going for this city. Because if you go for this one and you capture it and then your opponent just takes it from you, you're now just down a city as to where you would be. And that's why it can be really painful to your own economy to rush contested properties unless you're actually able to hold them. And Incuggarch would have been able to hold that, but to go for that fast property at the same time, Incuggarch had to slow down the airport captures. So there can be no build a copter to hold the city kind of thing. Okay, Incuggarch does have this central city. Let's the 8 health tank step onto this lab. Done with the repairs. Sonja the Superior's tanks are really far back here. Incuggarch's recognizing that and is going to put pressure on another area they're not currently supporting. We do have some copters coming out here. There's no anti-airs yet. Okay, the Superior looking very good in the economy thanks to this city swap. Even though SonjaTheSuperior doesn't even have the central city yet. But it does mean in the long term you would expect Incuggarch to get ahead. And this is something that's going to hurt. There's no artillery for either player. But as you saw in my game against Talos on this map, you can just rush an artillery right here and then lock this city. But that's something that Incuggarch can't do because Incuggarch is of course max. And the artillery has -1 range. So in order to delay this city, he's going to have to take actual units stepping forward. Or just lets it go. Okay, so now equal in econ. Now we have an artillery from SonjaTheSuperior. Now the game stalling out should favor Eagle heavily. Because while Max has a pretty good power and super, Eagle has a game-breaking super that scales really well with the number of vehicles. But this is also a double comm tower map, so there should be some opportunities for Max to get some one-shots if the super is active, I believe. I think that's enough. I'd have to on the road. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely enough. Okay. SonjaTheSuperior has sent an infantry forward. They're kind of just building walls. This is, in my personal opinion, I absolutely hate like the game like this, and will burn out at an alarming rate. These guys are both pros at it, so they should. We have a big old line. It's making the birds very excited. You like walls too. Advanced walls, they say. Staring contest. Oh, Incuggarch pokes forward. This is a really... Deco Bird is also a fan of stalling. I hate stalling. I hate being stalled. This is a really dangerous attack for Incuggarch to do, because it just gives SonjaTheSuperior 3-4 health infantry. I know, I'm talking about it. 4 health infantry are really scary because they are guaranteed to die if they attack a full health infantry. And then they'll chip this guy down to 8, which is enough for a tank to then kill it. So these 4 health infantry can be used to break any infantry wall. So this is one of those rare cases where this is like an advantage to SonjaTheSuperior to have these 4 health infantry. Provided they get used and provided there's nice walls for you to break through. This is not how I would use a 4 health infantry. Definitely preserve these as best you can. It looks like this one's being preserved, although it went really far back. They're very useful. Because like if you look over here, if there's a 4 health infantry, it hits this infantry, a tank follows up, and then suddenly you can either hit this tank or you can eat through this entire wall. Although you can eat through the wall anyway because the city's open. But you get the idea. Some more 4 health infantry. This one does die. Oh, see? Incuggarch's going for the break. The thing is, you just can't quite use another infantry to do it. If you want to do that, you have to use a 5 health infantry, which has a chance to not die. Okay. So in this case, it looks like Incuggarch's just trying to wear down the walls so that he can get a max power that hits vehicles. I mean, you might be able to do this with just infantry if you use a power as well. Plus 10 firepower. Okay. Very elaborate kill on this infantry. That was a very weird kill on that infantry. Because it looks, to me, it looks like SonjaTheSuperior wants to kill off these infantry. You would think the investments would be more towards this way rather than this way. Oh. I guess there's plenty of injured infantry. It's fine. You don't have to preserve them. And then the vehicles have to back up. Bomber goes forward. I'm surprised SonjaTheSuperior's inviting so much fighting. Ooh. Incuggarch's going for the comm tower. We do have the max normal power on the field. What on earth? The placement's a little wonky. Alright, well it kind of looks like Incuggarch's able to put on enough pressure here. Actually get this comm tower. Incuggarch doesn't join cap it, so Incuggarch, unless this guy joins. Kill off that tank, makes sense. No. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm surprised this guy didn't join cap, because it would pressure SonjaTheSuperior quite a lot. Although having only one copter does mean you can't even break through the tank, so never mind. It's fine. This army is so far back. Alright. Incuggarch gets triple comm tower, uses the super. Makes sense to me. Charge on in. Not reach? I guess it doesn't reach. Hit the Neo tank. Low. Knock that down to 2. The medium tank. Kill the artillery. The copter. I mean, Incuggarch is diving really deep for this. But if you can just kill off everything that really matters, then that's fine. Sadly, isn't able to kill off these anti-airs, so this bomber's super toast. Advanced Force 1 max unlocked, yeah. Well, that was a very nasty turn for SonjaTheSuperior. I just realized that SonjaTheSuperior had a double base skip over here, which makes it really safe for Incuggarch to attack on the right. Okay. Of course, we do have lightning. Wow. Artillery buy here is super questionable. Because that's not something that can act, that can do something. Oh no, it can hit, never mind, it can hit this medium tank. What am I talking about? That makes tons of sense. I was gonna say, the reason why you're not seeing this tank hit this tank is because of this right here. The max super is protecting the tanks because they hit back so hard. Clear the way. Anti-airs can do their thing. I thought this anti-air was going to hit here. But I guess there's tanks to kill that way. Go, or not down goes, just hits that. Copter interrupts there. Well, this kind of isolates Incuggarch's army-ish. But Incuggarch is still... Oof, Incuggarch is still ahead in unit count and unit value at the end of that. While also being a triple comm tower, so I think that this is going to be pretty much a cleanup. Yeah, the base is going down, the anti-airs are getting beaten up, the copter's coming in. This is looking super GG, and SonjaTheSuperior has resigned. Well done by Incuggarch to beat up Eagle on this map. Getting this comm tower was a big deal. It's very well done. I think SonjaTheSuperior had a stronger opening, but Incuggarch was just able to get the max pressure going. Yeah, not having any of the supers, or not having the copters for the super was rough, but really what hurt was not having the copters to open up these hits over here, or the artillery to control this area either. Max is scary to fight against, especially when it's Advanced Wars 1, Max. Well done. More Max! Oh my gosh, it's Max versus Max. Alright, Christian 1 versus Expert 464. This looks like it's a high funds map. It might be a tournament match, actually. Glen Storm Cup 1. Okay. We'll see what they're up to. We have a very fast APC opener from Christian 1. No response from Expert 464, so this is going to be a kind of free to do whatever you want with the transport game, which is what you really want when you have a transport opener. Yeah, there is an anti-air and a neo tank on its way now, and a recon. But still, the early middle presence has been had thanks to the transport. We have the neo tank to answer the neo tank, as well as this anti-air, and now the airport's open. Ooh, and the bomber gets built. This is looking very good for Christian 1 so far. We have a bomber in response over here from Expert, and we do have now the double anti-air. They do have to hang out together, because a bomber has more move than an anti-air, and it will one-shot anti-air on neutral terrain. So it needs to have a buddy. As you can see over here, Christian 1 double anti-air build. And now these guys should always be kind of touching each other whenever they get in range of the bomber. Bomber scoots on down here. Neo tank scoots on down here. Christian, if Christian had the money, he could definitely just build a copter here. And if the anti-air comes in, you just kill it. Ooh. Bomber comes in, picks off an infantry. There's no fighter or anything over here, so that's just a free kill. Very nice. Although similarly, oh no, there's anti-air there. Okay, it's almost a response of just killing off an anti-air. Oh, never mind. Does go for the kill on the anti-air. It builds a fighter. This does have a Neo tank first strike, but you are in a city. It's not the worst thing. Nice attack up here, and we have the fighter to respond to the bomber. Yeah, 7.5 repair up to a 7.7 is looking pretty good. But we have the max force though. Ooh, max force reaches the bomber. Oh, that hurts a lot. When this bomber reaches this anti-air, oh, really good max force from Expert 464. Christian's still ahead when it comes to economy, but that was a nasty attack. The max force in response. I think we're going to get surround on this bomber, which is really nice. Go out, kill, or hit this anti-air. It does survive. Deny this capture. Kill off this tank. I assume kill off these units as well. Maybe blocking. Surprised that Recon survived. There tries to interrupt, but it can't, and that was the only thing in range. So Christian will get this capture. Okay, that's a free hit, free-ish hit at least. His airport is locked. Although this one's currently blocked by his own tank up here. So that was a really good max force from Expert 464, but Christian's still in the game. Ooh, and gets a max force off of killing that bomber. Does let this anti-air die as well, and that copter die. Ooh, really a response of a really good max force. Christian showing that Expert 464 is not the only one that can do that. If the city does fall, although plenty of these cities are falling too. Ooh, you can see the difference. When the bomber comes in here, Christian surrounds it. When the battlecopter came in here, Expert 464 could have surrounded that, killed it off similarly. Okay, and now it's just gonna be constantly having to play around the extra movement that Expert 464 can bring out here, because it's probably not too tough to make it to the super at least. Ooh, but Christian does get this airport, so this is 0 airport versus 2 airport. Now there's no stealths because this is high funds, and stealths are always banned in high funds. There can always be tons of copters and bombers and the like. There's lots of money flowing around, so you can kind of overwhelm your opponent. It doesn't mean that this fighter is just a blocker at this point. There's so many Neo tanks. Okay, so at the end of Expert's turn, was behind in every metric, so that's except for charge. So that's a really bad sign. Well, Christian gets the next power as well. Just busts through here, beats up the anti-airs, builds a bomber. Oh, this is looking very much like a GG. It's kind of like, how on earth are you going to be able to continue fighting over here? But don't do that attack. The problem with that attack is you knock it down to 8, but it's on an airport. So it's just going to heal up to 10. The huge wave of Neotanks come in here. But, I mean, the bomber production is just never going to end. Yeah. At the same time, the HQ is under threat. I think this is GG. Just losing the airport is so punishing. Yeah, there we go. We have the missile and the pipe runner and the pipe runner. Ooh, it doesn't even resign after building them. Yeah, here comes the bombers. There's just so many. There's the GG expert resigns. Well, don't worry, that's going to happen next time, because I just reached the 4-hour mark, so I do need to go and make myself some dinner. But GG, some really good max powers in these last few games. I hope everyone enjoyed. Next time, yeah. Which will be next week, because tomorrow I'm going to finish up Reboot Camp, and then it's Live Demon on Friday. Oh, so Apple time. Get to have the stream back. Yeah, it's good. Apple. I hope everyone enjoyed, and of course there's a Patreon if you want to support. Thanks for watching. An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's his thing.